Hello, hello. Looks like I'm on time tonight. Kind of. It's a little bit late. I just got off work. Let me boot up Blender and we can start. Hope it wasn't too sudden. I did say I was going to give you guys an hour, but I didn't really announce it properly on Discord. I mean, I did make a premiere on YouTube, so I guess that's good enough. I'm going to open up Unity as well. You know, and Dez as well, while I'm at it. Cool. Okay, so the blue archive character that we're going to be porting tonight is going to be Koharu. As you can see, her costume is not... Oops, a window popped up. Her costume is not as full-on as Grace from last night, so it should be relatively simple. There was something that I forgot to explain last night as well, which was using the morph fixer, because it seems like a few people were having problems with some of the morphs, like with their eyes in particular, and they need a way to reset it without having to redo the entire morph or the entire mesh. So I'm just gonna briefly go over that tonight as well. So I'll do that first, actually. For that, I'm going to need a new Blender window, and give me a second. Okay, this is a new project. So basically, this is a very good example. Oh, I forgot to turn on VTuber Studio. Is she there? Yeah, why is she not there? What happened to her? Well, that's new. I didn't touch anything. Why is it not there? It should be up there. Oh, that's really annoying. Sorry about this. I know it's not super important, but at the same time, it's kind of disconcerting to not have her up. Let me see if I can fix it really quickly. Actually, it's kind of bad because I completely forgot about how to even install that. Oh man, that really sucks. Like, what happened? I think OBS got like a freaking update, and then just demolished a bunch of settings. Give me a second. Oh, was it VTuber Studio that got an update and maybe broke something? It could have done. Because it goes off spout 2. And I don't see the option there anymore. That's real weird. Man, this is gonna be so weird. It's gonna be so weird. I should have tested this a bit before I got on, but I just got on board. Alright. Guess screw that then. I'll just turn it off on my end. We can start. So no little avatar tonight. Right, so I'm gonna test what am I saying? I'm gonna explain the morph fixer to you guys, because it is quite a powerful tool. So in this case, you would notice that this is Koharu's model. I'm gonna turn off the sharp. And you notice that her fingernails are a little bit fucked. Right, they're a bit disjoint. Like, if you put it into VAM, some people might not notice, but this is not the most optimal. You notice that there's a lot of distortions here. It's warped, kind of pointed the wrong way. I mean, this is about like a 70% job, right? If you have to grade it. So what you want to do is to bring this into DAS. You want to bring this into DAS, get the morph file, which is the DSON file, and then open the program which is called the morph fixer. And I think I've included in the easy preset. If I haven't, tell me and I'll add it back in. And what that would do is that it would reset the section that's been selected. In this case, it's the hands and the fingernails. It will select these and then it will revert it to the normal Genesis 2 female setting. So it will reset the mesh to the default state. And so what happens is that once it's been defaulted, you wrap this region again. So to show you guys how to do this, I'll give you guys an example. So I'm going to open up DAS now. Give me a moment. Why is it not showing up? There we go. So this is DAS. Right. And what's happened here is basically that I've run the morph fixer on the DSON mesh, and this is what it gives you. So what you want to do is that you save this file like a normal G2B file. You set this to subdivision 0, you set this to base, and then you come up here, you export it as an OBJ, as you would with a normal G2B mesh with the default one. To go into this a little bit further, I'll show you guys the operation. I have to run up the morph fixer now. So when you turn on the program, it should look something like this. There's a 64-bit version and a 32-bit version. And this is the 64-bit version. It doesn't really matter, it just depends on what computer you're using. And you open this up and you basically have to select the morph file that you've saved of the mesh that you want to fix. So in this case, it would be somewhere in your DAS library or document folder somewhere. You just open that up. And then it will basically load up all the vertices on one side, which is called the polygroup, and then the polygroup material. So on the material side, for me it's easier to use this side. You pick the hands, and then you pick the fingernails. You name it to something else. So for me it'll be like fixed or something. And then you press go. Like this, right? And then you throw the file back into your DAS library, where your morphs usually end up when you save it in DAS. And you open up DAS. And Why is it doing that? You open up DAS. One moment, OBS is doing a shit again. Yeah, and it should give you something like that. So that's how you get to here. And what you need to do is then you have to open up Rep 3D. Like so. And open up the rep file. On the left hand side, you're going to have to pick, I think it was this one. Yeah. So then afterwards, you just have to go to material, go to hands, and then go to fingernails. Now, unfortunately, rep does have a limitation where it will not allow this to go through because it's not connected. It has to be like one large connected mesh. But that's fine, you just deselect one side. You go on to the other side. So, whoops, like in this case would be... It looks like it wants me to do this side first. So to this side first, run the wrapping program. It would wrap around it, and it would do quite a good job. This is a relatively good job. Save it as anything, and then basically come back here and repeat. And then once it's saved, you do like the little fixing up on Blender just to fix up the edges a bit, and then that's your mesh right there. Okay, so in this case, to go back to the beginning now, I've done all of that. So this is what I have. This has already been fixed. The hands on the mesh should be very beautiful. Right, you can see the fingernails and the thumbnails, the pinky nails. I've done the same for the feet as well. So this, everything here will look good, right? And that's the old one. So you could do that, just not for the hands. You could do that for the feet. If the eyes, sometimes people mess up the eyes when they're scaling it, if they're not careful, or if they forgot to, you know, apply. Why is it not? Yeah, like when it forgets to apply like connector only or something, and you accidentally tag the eyes, and it becomes distorted. You need to fix up the eyes back to the default. That's what you do. Mouth as well. That's a good one. That's a pretty common one. You do all of that. All right. So now that I've explained it, I'm gonna do what basically I did last night, which is to export these into Unity. So I'm going to duplicate this and then flip the mesh. So I have a copy of the mesh where the vectors are pointed inside, and then a copy where it's pointed outside. And then save this. I'll do the same for the hat as well. This one does not have any rigging, so it's even simpler. So just flip, control, and save as SPX, and just give it any name that's convenient. That's done. The halo as well, that's not rigged too, so nice and simple. But when you're duplicating, do take care that you're not like moving this around. So just press D and don't move your mouse and immediately click. And flip that, select everything, export as FBX. Name it anything. and then do the same for the hair. So I believe in this case we have about four things that we need to bring to Unity, which is fine. And after all of that, we're going to go through processing the details, because this is a MMD model. It's based on the MMD model. It's way different from a Koikatsu model in terms of features, and you notice that the features are a lot more detailed. That sticks out is 3D, so that has its own implications when bringing it into virtamate. And if you are not used to this, just doing this whole process here, like getting the eyelines to match up well, will basically be half the battle. But I'm gonna try and explain them clearly. I'll explain a few tips to hopefully expedite this whole process for you guys. And a lot of that is just hard-won experience. Yeah, so I hope it helps out. But for now, I'm gonna do the easy parts, which is the all the Unity items. So popping into Unity, I'm gonna switch the windows around now. You'll see this from our last project. I'm just gonna turn this off. And then just make a folder, call it whatever. But the character name would be easiest to remember. And just check everything in there. So I'll check the hair first, because that's the trickiest part. If there's something wrong with the hair, I can immediately redo it, re-import it. Let me move my mic around a little bit, it's blocking my vision. 1 second. Hope it doesn't. Hope it doesn't affect my volume too much. But yeah, it was blocking like half the screen, it was too close to me. So it was making me cross-eyed, basically. So for these, you don't really need to change the name. Unity recognizes Chinese letters, so leaving this is fine. It's really Vam that's an issue, but once it's done here, Vam will read it. And I need to grab the textures, which is a good question. Where are the textures? I didn't really look into this. What are the textures here? Why is it VPT files? That's so strange. Yeah, you know what? Give me a moment. I need to find the textures again. This is really strange because it just so happens the project folder is all in gibberish. So yeah, it just so happens that everything's in gibberish, so you can find the actual file itself. Ah, okay. I think I found it. Cool. Yeah, it really helps. It will really help if you know what you're doing before you start the stream. Okay. So I need to figure out what here was first. If you're having any type of trouble here, just open up the file again, click on it, open up the UV viewer, and you should display it. So in this case, yeah, here. And unfortunately, it's one of those cases where the head is just kind of sitting on the head and it's not textured where the head sits. We had this case with Anus as well. Anus? I can't pronounce her name, it sounds kind of lewd. but let's test the rig. It should be fine. It's usually something like here. You notice that sometimes there's circles here. You really want to just get the rigs just one under the ones from up here. Sometimes it's not possible. And sometimes it's not necessary, but that's usually the best. Yep, looks good. And so since that's fine, I can do the rest. And for these, I'll just need the textures. So it looks like it runs off the same texture. That's cool. Direct from prefab. Just select folder, don't click anything else. That's the head. And she's got like little weird wings on her hair, so let's do that now. Let's test that out. So the same as the normal hair. Okay, this one's a little bit different. Yeah, we should add some, yeah. Let's put some physics on her, so I use another 2 preset. Oh, okay, that's not too good. Alright, okay. Alright, so we found our first problem. If it's like this, the whole thing wiggles, so that's not ideal. Because you want this to be static, right? But you want the fluffy bit to wiggle. So that's not ideal. So we know that now. And there's a fix for that. Kind of. So switching back to Blender. Switching back to Blender. I'm gonna pull up that again. And so usually the whole problem is that 1 is too little, 2 is too much. So to do that, the best way would be to add like a buffer. So I subdivide this. Usually this will do the trick, but let's see. Let's not jinx it. Right, let me pull up Unity now. I really need to get a second monitor. Like, I'm sorry if I'm making you guys look at a blank screen half the time. I'm working on 1 monitor right now, so half the time I'm not too sure what OBS is showing up. Right, so this is the new one, I believe. Scale this down by 100. Add some physics to it. The physics is not necessary, but the default one is pretty ass. Like, no offense to the creator if he's watching. The default one is kind of difficult, so make your own preset. Just use it. Just use these. These ones I've given to you guys. It's there for a reason. So that's the not so good one. And oh boy. Alright, in this case it did not fix anything. Okay. That's kind of bad. So this means going back to the original. I'm gonna delete this first. Go to here 3. I'll just delete some of these copies so it doesn't cause any issues. Now I believe it's due to not grabbing her head bones, so since we're doing this, I will make this as an opportunity. Kind of tripping on my words here. So that's her original file. Right. And that's a whole ton of stuff on the material list. So I'm going to separate this part out. Essentially, I have to redo everything for this step. But that's fine. It's tedious, but at least you know what's wrong. Yeah, is it picking up the music, like my actual music in the background? Like the BGM, not the BGM, the music I'm playing off my laptop? Oh, it's not good. So just find where that is. And I think the main issue with this is that I'm not getting the head bone, which is really not a big deal. You just have to do this again, just copy it. Oops. Just do that. You notice that this time I included the center. So this thing, this one, and I feel like this is the one that stabilizes everything. If it's wiggling too much, it means you don't have this. So join these together. Double check that it's properly rigged. So, yep. And I'll save it. And I'll flip back to the other blender. So this is not good for us now. We're going to want the new one. And I believe the scale is 10.6. Right. And I'll have to redo the vector thing again. So just duplicate, flip the mesh, check that it's duplicated. That's good. Save it. And bring this into Unity. Okay, and we reapply everything previously. Go into physics. Go in the armature. Oh, new switch to Windows. Yep. You guys didn't much. I'm just you guys didn't miss much. I'm just redoing this whole part. So from here. So you notice that instead of coming from like way down there, it's coming from this middle part now. So let's see how this goes. Yeah, so you see like a little bit of flappy motion. If I take this to 0, yeah, this is not too bad. Yeah, I like the 0 one better. Like these little accessories when they flap around is quite adorable, so I'll keep this for now. If it displaces way too much, I'll just put it as .def 1. I believe it uses the same textures as well. Next would be 1, 2, 3, the halo, which is the last part that I need. Nothing too complicated there, is just drawing the texture on, though for this one I do like a little bit of emissive lighting, so I would turn this on. I would put this here, just slide that on. Yeah, and this will glow a bit in game. And then open up the asset bundler, take the last project off, go to build, browse for the folder that you want. So it's usually the project folder, which is called Koharu, and I have an asset folder there if you're using the easy preset. Afterwards, throw this into the prefab folder. Halo, wings, hat, and the hair. So just these 4 things. I'm gonna select build. Meanwhile, while it's building, it's gonna take about 3 minutes. I'm gonna see if I can fix my VTuber model. What's going on with this? Jeez. Okay. Is it still going? Oh, it's done. Alright. So we're gonna pop back into Blender. I'm just gonna be here for now. Let me think what else we need. We need the textures. Right. We need the textures. So for the textures, if you joined us for last night, we're gonna need the head textures, the body textures, limb textures, and the eye textures. Now this one is quite special because her eye textures are in 2 layers. And this is very common for MMD models as well. So you notice that this is her eye texture. I mean the eye base of the eye mesh. And then she has these highlights on top of it. And if you look at the... Usually if you look at the texture map, let me see if I can pull it up. Yep. OBS. I'm not sure if this is showing up properly. It's not. But you're gonna have to trust me on this one. But it's not one solid texture. It's basically, this is drawing off another section of the texture map. It might be easier to pull this out. So this is drawing out from this section of the texture map. This is drawing out from another section. So if I open up both of them, you'd see that they're not on top of each other. So I can't just grab this and then put it onto the template that I gave you guys. You're gonna have to either do this part manually, or you're gonna have to do what I'm about to show you right now. So what I'm about to show you right now would be we're gonna use wrap again. So in wrap, there is a preset file called pupil. So you just open that up, you select the textures. Alright, here's the wrap. You open this up. At the top there, you have to select the textures. And let me try and find it. Here it is. And it should be fine. But you're going to do a little bit more. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to circle this. Reset this part. Circle this. Make sure they're all selected. There's no gaps or anything. And then on this side, click this. And before I forget, you need to rescale it. I forgot to rescale it. I need to do that now. So to find the scale is very simple. You just have to open up the file, or just look at the file detail. You see it's 2048 times 2048. So in wrap, you go up here and just change this up. 2048 to 2048. That's it. And if I switch back to using GIMP, that's the face texture. On the bottom right there, you'll notice the highlight. Not the highlight, but the eye texture. We're going to put a highlight on there. Alright, that's way too large. We'll delete that. Did I save this correctly? 2048, 2048. Did I press save? Alright, okay, so it showed up here. Now, because wrap is imperfect, it's often pixelated, something like that. So that's fine. We can fix it. We can just blur out the edges. So with a lower strength blur, maybe around 30%, and resizing the tool, we just go around the edge like that. Or I guess if you want to use a larger tool, you just do that. I guess that's more even. That's fine as well. And you just merge down. So that's basically done here. And just let me double check that everything's alright. Yeah, I don't like how there's a little step here. It's a little bit distracting, I feel like. So I feel like that if I open up back Blender again, there seems to be another layer on top of the actual iris. Just this one. Oh no, but it's okay. So this doesn't seem like there's too much I can do about that. No, that's fine. Hopping back on GIMP. So now you want to select this part and then throw it to this part. Now this part has a trick to it. If you go back into Blender, I know I'm hopping around a lot, but that's just how things go. You notice that there's an UV island here that you can just make a basically a stencil out of. So you make sure you save this as 2048 by 2048. And I'll call this the iris UV. I'm gonna save it. And if I go back to GIMP and I use what I saved as an overlay, you notice that I basically have a stencil now. So if this applies the way that I want it to, it'll be something like here. And I press U, and it should grab the outline. I invert it with Control I. Control Shift C, and you save it. You paste it, not save it. You grab up, you press the button up there to what's this thing called? Just press that, and this allows you to transform it. And all you have to do is to match roughly up to here. There's a little bit of lag, I don't know why, like GIMP lags out sometimes, don't worry too much about it. It's a bit of it's a free program, but it's got its quirks. Obviously you can do the same in Soft, Photoshop. But I'm not sure about the exact process. It should be similar, but I don't use Photoshop, so I can't really tell you. But if you want to, you can probably make this work. Okay. Alright. Wait. No, that's too low. Mash things up the best you can. It's not too important, but makes you feel better. Makes me feel better. Once you're done, remember to apply it by clicking on these buttons up here. Right. So, just like before, use the triangle selector, edit the size over here, and the position up here. And then press Ctrl Shift C again, and then Ctrl Alt V. You save it, you zoom in a little bit, click on it, and you slide that halfway across, which is 2048, and you apply it, and that's your pupil / iris. So I'll call this Koharu iris. And that's that. So I'm messing around with something else right now. Okay, so now the eyes are done, the Unity assets are done. I want the head texture and the body textures. So I have to go back and do the main file to check these textures. Okay. Right. Cool. Okay, so it seems like it's one of those models where it doesn't have a full body texture. I just want to double check. It kind of does, but it kind of doesn't at the same time. I'm going to flip back to this one. I'm flip back here while look at the other blender because it's probably not safe for work. Just let me take a look at what's going on here. Let's say that's not there. Not that. Okay. It's not really a big deal. Worst case scenario, we'll just have to make our own textures. We've done this before, so it's not really a big deal. Okay. Yeah, so that looks like the case. Alright. I feel like this... I feel like there is a way to get like a full body texture out of this. It's just... being very, very coy. It's basically in several pieces. uh, Now, I feel like I can rebuild the texture the natural way. But at the same time... Is it going to take a lot of time if I do this? Feel like perhaps, maybe, there's enough pieces here. This is going to be very, very unconventional. But even if I do that, I'm still going to be missing... Am I still going to be missing certain parts? Yeah, the legs are still... The legs are kind of there. The legs are there. And then the forearm is technically there. But the neck. No, the neck is a deal breaker. The neck has too much shading, so I'm gonna have to make some new textures. Though... That said, there are some... No, I'm just gonna make some new textures. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna check out if there's any details on the face that I want to keep. Yeah, sorry about that, guys, because there's a bit of not safe for work kind of textures. So I really don't want to put that on screen right now. Luckily, the face is mainly just flat textures. I'll teach you guys how to do the overlay right now. I'm gonna hop back into GIMP. So, in essence, when you look at the texture, when you pick a texture, you're gonna get like shading and all that, but you also have certain details that you want to keep. So you notice in this case, she's got like little blush marks. That's gonna be really hard to recreate, that we want to keep on top of the baked texture. You don't really need this. I mean, yeah, maybe, sure, but yeah, I don't know. This is kind of, I feel like it might bleed into the head too much. Let me double check. Yeah, it's got like that weird shading thing at the bottom of her head, which is going to bleed into the neck, which I don't really want. So what I really just want from this is the kind of nice pinkish blush thing that we have here. So I'm just going to go to colors to alpha, click on that. That's gone. We're really lucky because it's one solid color. There's no more shading. We're going to play around with some sliders, but this seems to be the case in this case. I'm going to double check that it's all gone by pressing this, and you'd see that there are some bits that's still there. That's fine. I'll just clean this up with the overlay. Whoops. I mean with the eraser. And I'll take those bits I don't need. Select. Alright, select, and then erase the bits that I don't really need. Now, the blush, you would see that they're in gradients. Like, it's not perfectly the same color, there's a gradient. So I'll probably have to mess a little bit with the sliders here. So in this case, I'm going to do colors to alpha again. I'm going to click this one. It looks pretty nice now, but I'm going to see if there's, yeah, there's a little bit of that going on. Make sure you grab everything around there. And then you press this again. Oop. Was it there? No, there. And you see there's a bit of an outline here. No big deal, just try and be careful around it. You can kind of see it. I'm not sure about how the bitrate is like on YouTube. Just be careful. But just clean this up. Clean this up. Clean this up. It's a little bit tedious, but a good job goes a long way. And what's under there? Yeah, there we go. And you can kind of see an outline here. Just clean that up. And all you're left with is basically the facial details that you want. So after you bake everything, you just stick this on. You have to run it through rep though. Remember that. Run it through rep. Like you would with a normal facial texture. I'm gonna call this overlay. Save it as that. Cool. So in that case, because there are no textures, I'm pushing Windows. In this case, because she doesn't have a full body texture, we're going to run it through a baking process with substance instead of what we did last night, which is through a wrap texture exporting, projecting, whatever it's called. Oh, for those that just came in, I don't have my VTuber model right now. Not I don't have it. It's just that it's not working right now. I don't know why. There was an OBS update. I'm not sure if it broke anything. So I'm gonna have to try and look at that at the end of the stream. I can try and fix that now if it's a big deal, but I don't think you guys will want to look at an empty screen for that long. I'll try to fix it before next stream though. So to do the baking stuff, we're going to go through this and save this as a morph and all that the normal way and make a ready file. So for those who don't know, I'm just going to do that now. I'm going to hop onto this. If I can find it. Why is it not showing up? Man, OBS is really weird sometimes. There we go. Ah. Yeah. So now we're gonna save the morph file. Wait, hang on, did I save that? I hope I did. Jeez, that would be really bad if I'm gonna do it. Give me a moment. I keep saying that now. Oh man, I need to get more organized. Saving this now. Koharu. I'm sure there's no name clash. Right, cool. Going back in this. Koharu. Doing that. Go to morph. Trying to slide that on to 100. And then edit figure rigging just a shape. And then run the rotation. Adjust orientation. And then deselect head, upper and lower jaw. Freeze the ERC, otherwise the rigging will undo itself inside of them. And we save this as a morph file first. And then we're going to go into here. And this is for the texturing. Putting base and subdivision level to 0. And we're going to export it as a normal OBJ. I'll call this ready. Save. Okay. That's done. That's all we need from this for now. And we'll switch back to Blender. Now for the facial textures, we're going to need several other things as well. So we're going to need an overlay of the eyelines. Should be about that. That should be it. And as for these eyelid parts and the lower details, we're going to do them as like a clothing item. So for now, I'll grab that. Do it down there. Is that everything? No. Okay. Grab these. Yeah, so this is for the eyeline overlay. I noticed that the vectors are a little bit messed up, so I'm gonna have to process it a little bit first. So I'm gonna export this as a object file called EL. Just the letter E and the letter L. That way the wrap program will pick that up automatically. I don't really need the thing on the nose, it's not really that popular. I can process these a bit later, but I might as well do it now. Yeah, so basically this would be done as like a clothing item. There's certain ways to make this look a little bit better, basically solidify them a little bit, make them a little bit thicker, so when it goes into VAM, it doesn't get distorted as easily. It's fine. So for the time being, I'll leave it aside. Overall, this is a lot easier port than the one I did last night. Time for Substance 3D? No, not quite. I need to open yet another Blender. And this is to ready the texture mesh that I'm going to throw into Substance. So that's the mesh. There should be some green lines here, just get rid of that. Make sure all the vectors are correct. And we will have to basically reallocate some of the mesh. I mean the material, sorry. And take some stuff away from the mesh. So this is only for Substance 3D. Don't do this to your normal one that's going into, what's it called, virtamate. So for the face file, you just want to face the lips and nostrils. Double check that you have what you need with the UV editor. So it should look like that. Assign it and hide it for now. Head, ears, neck, torso, nipples, and the hips. And you notice that it'll fill all this out if you have it correctly. Assign. That's it. Now once again, I'm going to leave out the fingernails because I want nice crisp lines. So I don't want Substance to mess with that. I'll add that manually myself through the UV stencils. Alright, so design. This should be what you have, and I'll separate it from the rest of the mesh. And I'll just call this anything. The name's not too important this time. Substance is not going to pick up any particular names. Usually I just call it text. It's nice and simple. And now I'll open Substance 3D. Boy oh boy, what happened to my VTuber model? Man, that really like makes me mad. Maybe I need to restart this. I'm just going to try restarting it. I've had a lot of things breaking this day. Like there were games that were triggering easy anti-cheat and all that. So I'm not sure if it's because there's something going on with like a update, maybe. Okay, that should be the one. Just gonna close a few windows because I've got too many on my taskbar. Right, so that's Substance 3D. Oh, there she is. I don't know what was going on, but I just had to restart the program. So it feels so much better now. It feels so weird without my little avatar. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this makes my night. Cool. Now open. So any of the previous projects should do. I think it gave you guys a few samples. I'm not too sure. Did I do that? But in any case, just open one of them up. Yeah, that's bright. And I believe I saved her here. Just drag the OBJ file that you saved for the textures, just drag it into here. That should be it. Now, this is not the color that we want. We want her actual skin color. So if you're going to GIMP, why is GIMP not showing up in OBS? Yeah, I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. Yeah. I'm gonna open up the textures. Windows is throwing a shit. And you'd know that for her face textures, it's just basically this color. But if you open up her body textures, and I'm gonna open up before her main texture, you'll want to just go back here and take this one. This should be good. You don't want to take from parts that are too dark, so too close to the blush, and too light where the light's gonna hit. That's more of a specular color, which is usually around the cheeks. So you want to get like the neutral tone, which is around here, or maybe around here. I do want to double check. So that's the same as this, which is the same as this. Alright, so they're basically the same color. And that's going to be the light color. When you go into substance, I'm going to close the GIMP window. So for the lighter patches, you add that in through hex code. You press it to save, so you don't need to keep doing that. And then for a darker color, you're going to have to go back into GIMP and then I'd say grab some of these colors here. I don't want to grab this, it's way too dark. Maybe I do, but for now this would do. So going back into OBS. Right. So you can see the color kind of just building up. And then I'll go through these individual layers. And you'd see that I'm basically building up like a base color and a shade color. Which is fine. And we're going to color correct this a little bit as well. Just checking everything's okay. And checking that there are no seams here. That's fine. So we're going to pop into File and then Export Textures. Find a good file directory. So that's usually project folder. I'll make a new folder called Bake. Select folder. Make sure all the materials are selected and then press export on the side. And that's done. Now I'm gonna make sure you save this, but save as. Don't override too many things. If you can, I'll just call this Koharu. In case this is not good, I can always go back to another save. And I'll close this. Cool. Now I need to go into GIMP again. And now I'm gonna have to open up what I just saved. Get some water. Alright. First, I'll do the limbs because that's nice and easy. A few things going on first. I need to color correct this a little bit. So I'm grabbing one section of this. I'll probably grab the darker section here. I'll do matte color exchange, and I'll just click somewhere here, and I make sure I save it. And then I will go into here. I will grab this here. Go back here. I probably should have done this the other way around. It's not too important. So I select this. I'll select the lighter color. And then around 0.12 there. On all of these. Yeah. And just go back and look around. To be honest, this is more of a flat texture. This is more of a flat texture, so any kind of shading really helps. I do feel that maybe it's a bit too strong, perhaps. I'm gonna do this. Maybe the flatter parts. I want to change the flatter parts. So I'll go through this again here. I'll do that. Make sure it's saved. And I'll change it here. And then around 0.12 again. This is usually 0.12 to 0.15. So yeah, this looks a bit nicer. I'll go with that. And I'll stencil in the fingernails now. Where is it? Wait, that's a dumb move. I don't know. Usually I do it another way. Yeah, usually I do this another way. It's not too important. I mean, I can just do that like this. It's just lags my computer out more. It's slowing down too much. Yeah, doing it this way lags too much. I'm just gonna... And you know how ridiculous this is because I've got a 4090. It's absolutely ridiculous. It shouldn't be... No program should be this laggy. Okay. Now I'll save it. And I'll go along and do the same to the face and the body. And for the face, I'm gonna have to apply my overlay as well. So I have to do the eyelines from red. And then I have to apply the blush that I did previously onto the face. So going back into the bake folder, I'm going to open up the torso. And I'm just going to color correct things the same way I just did with the limbs. So going to here, it's this one. Yeah. And this one. Yep. There we go. And export. Next would be color correcting the face. And now we're going to jump to Wrap 3D to do the rest. So Wrap 3D, I will pull that into OBS now. And first we're going to want to do the eyelines. Oh, the eyeline is here. And you notice that this section here would reference the EL file that we saved previously automatically, so we always save it as that. Now for the eyes, I believe it's, let me try and find the textures. I'm always having trouble finding the textures because the whole set of files is not in English, it's in like weird gibberish. Double check that I have the right files, or rather the eyelines came out properly. It looks like it has. We'll throw that onto the face file. And then next would be doing the same with, I'm saving this and then opening up to the face file. I'm going to find the overlay that we saved. Go to here, reset this, select everything. This time we're going to go onto the left hand side and we're going to rename this overlay 2 so it doesn't overwrite anything. And I want to grab the face UV stencil and then throw it again. So switching things out now in OBS. It looks something like this. They're rearranging things a little bit. You see there's a bit of a blush. And then there's the eye lines. Now the blush is a little bit faint, so I might add 2 more copies on top of it. Where is the file? There's. I pressed the wrong button. I don't know how did that happen? I didn't press anything. Actually, I didn't press the wrong button. I just randomly copied this out. Okay, so overlay 1, overlay 2 on top of the normal textures. I might go for another. Usually around 2 or 3 is good. Over 3, it's too too strong. You turn on this as well. Make sure your mirror is open. I mean, make sure mirror vertical symmetry is on most of the time. You need it. Yeah. So that's a good blush effect. It's sort of overpowered by the skin, but it wasn't really that strong in the first place, so this should be fine. And I'm also going to throw on the eye overlay. You should always make your own. Standardize your coding process. It saves you a lot of time. This is one really annoying thing with GIMP, where it lags and it wouldn't shift layers. Sometimes it lags like really hard, like what's happening right now as well. And you, like, the cursor wouldn't even appear. It's like a free program, so I'd give it a pass, but boy is it annoying. Yeah. There's a little bit of performance issues right now. So hope you guys don't mind too much. I'm really, like, I have a pretty good PC, right? So I feel like I've already done my best to try and mitigate it. Like, I know I'd be doing a lot of graphical stuff, so I did try to upgrade to a spec that could handle it, but I don't know, like, yep, somehow just says fuck you, I guess, and lags anyways. Okay. That's roughly what you're after. There's a few color corrections I need to do. So first one, the easiest one, the overlay. And then the second thing that I have to do is to add in the black edges. Did I just press something? Okay. Whatever. Okay, make sure this is all good. Ooh. Alright, there's a weird thing going on here. What's that? That's part of the blush, I think. And you get rid of that. Merge down all the layers. So, since the black will reveal it, I feel like... Oh, gonna. Very cool. Very interesting. Yeah, since that's there, I'm gonna just run this down here. How's that? Maybe a little bit more. Literally one pixel here. This should be good. Yep, should be good. Fingers crossed, but it looks good. Tentatively. Comes down to here and I'm gonna shave a little bit off here as well. Probably be like that. Yeah, like that. Alright, so that's what we're gonna go with for now. If it doesn't work, I can overlay the eyeline again and try and fix it, but for custom texture, this is about as good as it can get. I mean, I can probably blur out some of these, make the edge a little bit smoother. Make this edge a little bit smoother. Half the time you're not going to see it anyways, it's baked, so it's probably going to mesh the UV quite well. So I'm going to override this. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. This is a big texture file. The next thing we need to do is to prepare the clothing. Good news is that the clothing this time is not too crazy. I'm going to switch back to the blender window. Yeah, this is in Japanese or Chinese, so I need to change it to English. That's just how VAM works. Remove all the sharp, remove all the quads, merge, reset. I'm gonna have to move this a little bit so it doesn't poke through, but for now I'll just do the socks. Very floppy looking socks. Separate them. These should be, I'm guessing, the shoes, right? Hopefully these shoes won't cause any issues. The wings at the back. Now, how does this work? It's connected to there, so we'll have to do this. The buttons might cause an issue, but I'll see how that ports in for now. And it seems like all of these are connected. Wonder if I can separate this out. That's the back. Yeah, let's see if I can separate this out. Not too sure what that is at the bottom. It looks like part of her costume, so I won't try and touch that too much. But I'm going to separate these out because I know it's going to cause like, what should I say? Wrapping issues. So I'm going to use a stopper plugin to slam that on. But first, I will have to do this. For anything else, I have to do this edit here. So I'll just try that. No. For this bit, it's good to turn that off once. Do this. And just do that. However, this is not moving for some reason, so I'll do it this side. I feel like I should probably take this off first. Yeah. Not working well for that as much as I thought. So I'll take this out. And this should be fine. I believe. Yeah, it should be okay. And for this, I'm just going to move this forward a bit. I just leave it the way it is, to be honest, because I feel like just doing this in VAM, just adjusting it like this in VAM is good enough. So I'm gonna call this, while I'm doing this, I'm gonna call this scarf. I'm gonna start saving these. Just save them as OBJ. Make sure select selection only, play groups, keep vertex order, go all tick. Just looking at, just DMing me. Okay. Socks. Shoes. Wings. Don't know what the heck this is. This is a bag. Hey, what's that? No, not that. I think not that either. Jeez, this is a confusing one. Not this. Probably not this as well. Jeez. Is this what? Are you kidding me? Oh no, this is I was like, what is this actually connected to the shirt? That would be really bad. That would be really, really bad. But in this case, there might be a little bit. No, it's just that's. Yeah, it's it. Okay, I'm not sure if I want to actually port that in. Is that really important? I need to check later. If it's not too important, I won't port it in. Just feels like a massive hassle. It just feels like something that people's gonna take off within like 10 seconds of loading the model. So that strap is part of this thing here. Oh, what's that? Why is there? What the fuck is going on? Am we getting trolled? Is that part of the bag? What? Oh, huh? Yeah, it just feels like the bag's not happening, guys. No, not the snail, not the snail. We want the snail. We all want the snail. It seems that the skirt is connected to the whole thing, which is going to cause an issue to the whole costume. I do want to take that off, but I'm not sure if it's going to ruin the integrity of the rest of the what's your name, costume. I mean, it kind of looks alright. Probably just take these out though. Sometimes these edges here will cause distortions, so depending on the situation, you might want to take them out. If it doesn't, you can leave them in. If it does, you can cut them out. Alright, so that's her top. I'll probably add a little bit of physics around these ends, because it looks like flappy sleeves. Yeah. So I'll probably have to use this stopper plugin to just go across the entire body. It's just going to be a pain in the ass because I'm going to try and keep it covered. Not sure how YouTube would kind of see that. And then basically use the stopper plugin to apply everything up to the hands. Hopefully these bits will go through alright. And then apply physics. Excuse me, I had some gas. So, I already saved that? That's right. Did I save it? I saved it. Next would be the facial features. So let's do the eyebrows. Nice and simple. These are already 3D, they're pretty solid, so that's good. Make sure everything is connected. You don't want them falling apart in them. So come Koharu eyebrows. I'm not sure what's these in the bottom. Like a lot of them will have these, but it looked a bit like optional details. I'll look up her character. If it's not there, I won't really need to add them. It's not there. And why does she look like she's so scared half the time? Like, what's this girl all about? She's just freaking... She's just having a mental moment. Is that her entire character? Entire character is just having a mental moment. Alright, so it doesn't seem like I'll need the bits at the bottom. Take that out. Now I need to make sure that these are solid. They don't just... Yeah, okay. So... Let's see, there's two ways about this. I can make a base for it, or I can just solidify. I'm going to choose a solidify. So usually around 0.1 is good. Just solidify it. Make sure it's nice and what's going on here. Yeah, that's not very promising. Delete that. Is it not connected? Is there something missing? Well, in that case, it's not really that big of an issue. We can just do that. What did I miss? Just something. Just do that. It's so simple. Do that to the other side as well. I can just mirror it, but whatever. Just making things nice and simple to set. And those are the eyelids, I believe. Okay. So we've done all the clothing, we've done the facial details, we've done the textures, we've done the CUA Unity assets. So all that's left to do now is to put her together inside virtamate. I'm gonna move the files around, so give me a moment. I'm just gonna throw the asset files into the main folder first, and then I have to throw in the morph file. Man, I'm getting like really depressed because I'm being really depressed because of the music. You guys can't hear it, but I'm listening for music to use on my other editing videos. So I usually take this as like a free time to just review some music through, like, for example, I've been using some Blue Archive music. It's quite nice. Sorry. Yeah, and I'm just listening to some Armored Core music right now, namely Armored Core 6. I quite like the soundtrack, but it's really dour. It's really fucking dour. And I've noticed that a lot of music nowadays is too thematic. They're not really suitable for any kind of background um, background music work. If you're making like game reviews or something like that, it's too thumpy. It's too strong. Whereas kind of music from a while back, not quite 8-bit, but it's not too deaf. It doesn't overpower what the vocals at the start, like the what you're trying to talk. It kind of overpowers the person speaking. So like good music doesn't mean it's necessarily suitable music. This is me trying to not bore whoever's watching this tutorial to death in the future while I'm moving files around. Did I just throw it into the wrong folder? Yeah, I think I did. I think the only really good Armored Core music suitable for doing game reviews and all that is the main hangar music and maybe the main theme music, but the main theme music is really too strong as well. The Blue Archive one is almost perfect. I think a few people have been using it for their game reviews now. Koharu. It's really picked up because it's nice, cheerful music. It's not too strong. It's kind of 8-bitish. So you can just have that play in the background while a person narrates. Okay, so I'm gonna throw all of these into there. I'm doing the textures now, it's almost over. The issue is that I have so many folders open. I'm getting lost in my own... I'm getting lost. Yeah, I need to do the genital textures for this as well. That's the one. I'm gonna throw in the morph and do the genital texture, and that should be about that. And I will try to have my honest attempt to have fun inside when I'm putting this together. Right, so genital textures. We're gonna have to go back into GIMP for this one. So for those who don't know, who are watching in the future, who may be watching right now, I don't know. The genital textures are a pain in the ass because they don't... What virtamate does is that they add their own mesh on top of the area, and that means you can't directly manipulate it. Like, as in I can't directly bake a texture on top of it because it doesn't really exist right now. And it occupies like an empty area off in the middle of nowhere inside of off the middle of nowhere of the texture. So you can't even like blend in the edges, so it's always a pain in the butt. I'm gonna grab these, and these files should be in the easy preset folder that I gave you guys. Oh, let me double check if this stream got broadcasted on my Patreon. Okay. Meanwhile, let's check out this poll. I did a poll on themed polls, whether I should keep the poll the same or have special themes going on weekly. People want theme polls, it looks like. Cool. Alright, back to the subject. pull this down. So it basically occupies an area here, right? So it's not really interfering with other areas. Unfortunately, if it's done correctly, it should be here, right? And so if there's like an edge here, you could just blur that and all that. But because it's sitting here, I can't really blur this and extend it all the way out here. I mean, I can kind of do it with like cloning or something, but it's really a pain in the ass. So what I'm going to do is to merge down first. And delete this part here. That's really more for a realistic model. Zoom in, and luckily because this is big, it's just basically a flat texture there. If it's like a gradient texture, then you're shit out of luck. It's gonna look bad. But I don't think anyone who knows what they're talking about will really blame me for it. Just due to that certain technicality. Right. So the next part would be to colorize these bits. Oh, and I need to delete this as well. Before I forget. What the hell is playing right now? Stargazer. That's actually a good song. It's way too powerful for what the hell I'm using it for, but I didn't know there's such a good song in this soundtrack. Really good. Colorize this to color. Yep. Do that. Cut and genitals D, save it. Save it. And this is one of those textures I'm gonna have to add noise to it. But I'll need to check it out first. Stretching. Cool. So it looks like we can start them. So give me a moment, I need to sanitize my scene again, like last week. I'm saying that while there's like a crotch on the screen, holy crap. Yeah. I've just opened the VAM, I'm gonna sanitize the scene, and then I'll flip it over. Alright. I should really have an apple right now. I have an apple. Gonna have my apple right now. While we wait. Not sure if you guys can hear it, but it's a good apple. It's a Royal Gala apple. It's nice and crunchy. Now, where the hell's my default scene? I can't find it for some reason. Oh, there it is. It's way down there. I need to update that default scene so it appears higher up on the list. Sorry about this. Yeah, sorry about this. It's just loading. I can't make the scene load any faster. Oh, it's done. Right, I'm gonna slap some freaking panties on her. Slap some panties on her, and then we can start. Oh, I need to make a scene as well where just to hide the textures. What? Yeah. I hate how slow GIMP is sometimes. Jeez. Right. So I think we can almost get started. Ah, that's wrong. I almost closed the stream by accident. Alright. Cool. Loading the textures. Probably throw some loading on her, just in case it, like, just the shape itself triggers any kind of algorithm. Right, so now I'm going to switch the displays around. And there we go. Hopefully this doesn't trigger anything. This is white texture. Yeah, and it's an anime look, so she's gonna look like a freaking alien baby at the beginning. Oh yeah, everything in. Wait, it's still not capturing? There. Sorry about that. Yeah, OBS is a pain in the ass. So I'm gonna load up her eyes first, and then we can do the pupil, and then adjust the eyeshadow, and then we can do the facial details. This is an based off an MMD model, so the eyeline is gonna be a lot different from the last stream. It's just not gonna be a flat piece of like paper on top of the eyes with like a texture and alpha texture on top. This is gonna be like an actual mesh that we're gonna have to like try and fit around the eyes. Okay, so that's the parts done. Go here. I'll do the shadows first actually. So I'm gonna adjust down the alpha a little bit. And then for the pupils, I'm gonna fill in with this one. Make your own. It's easy. Like I'll teach you how maybe next stream after I'm done with these releases. But it's really easy. But you guys have to make your own. Just due to how VAM works. So I'm just gonna do that. So you should see the middle of the eye should just fill out now. Cool. And then turn this off. I just want to look around the textures a little bit. So I think it, like, not these parts because those are just placeholders, so YouTube doesn't get angry. Yeah, it looks alright. Looks good. Pretty much what we had previously. So cool. To fit on the eye lines, first things we have to do is to decrease the size of the eyeballs, otherwise it will start wrapping around the eyeballs for some reason. Just shrink it as much as you can, like that. Turn off blinking as well. So that's what you have, and you're going to start fitting things around it. Now I need to go back into DAZ, and I am going to have to bring each piece of clothing into DAZ and then export it. I'm not going to start flipping around the windows because that's yeah, I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to do this really quickly right now, and hope you guys don't get bored. So bring in the eyebrows first, and then the eyelids, and then the eyelines afterwards, and that should be the main details on the face. Did I not save the eyelines? I did not save the eyelines. Give me a second. Just look at the eyelines. I know that it's probably going to distort a bit. There's way too many vertices. There's. So I'll do that. Yeah, I should be the last bit. Okay, either do this the easy way or the hard way, and I'm going to do this the hard way at the beginning, which is to mess around with eyelines first. I'm pretty sure the eyebrows and the eyelids will come out pretty much perfect, or close to perfect. I'm like jinxing myself, but yeah, it's gonna be alright. If anything happens, it's gonna be manageable. Oh, yeah. This is in Japanese. Okay. And the program cannot read Japanese, so I'm going to resave it. Yeah, just another PSA. The program cannot read Chinese, Japanese. It can only read English. So if your materials are in any other language, I mean, I guess it can read French. Like it has to be like a romantic language, right? With an alphabet. So yeah, so you can see this thing is kind of fucked up. So you have two ways around that. You could subdivide this, or you could use Stopper's plugin. Now I'm going to attempt to use Stopper's plugin first, because I do want to save as many vertices as possible. I do not want to decimate needlessly the vertices. So I'm just going to see if I can just do this, and then maybe have it still a bit clearer. I'm gonna do like play around with this a little bit. So that's not a good angle. So I'm not gonna use that line. I'm gonna use this line probably. Okay, and then I'm going to throw this here. See what happens. That's too much. I throw this here. That's too much. There's something on my glasses. Piece of dirt just flew into me. That's I don't know what happened there, to be honest. Yeah. So I'm guessing maybe just around here. It looks a lot like what we had previously. Just also one thing I want to check with the eyeline is that, yeah, it's not fully 3D. Okay, so I'm going to flip back to Blender for a second. All right, Steel Orator, are you still in chat? In case you're not in chat, I'm just going to answer your question now. It's not required. A lot of the, like this model, I think, is it? Let me double check before I talk out of my ass. Yeah, she's in an A pose. And in general, A pose models can be ported in without any issues. The main issue with the skeleton has to do with Daz. And with Daz, the only real thing that you have to look out for are the jaws and the fingers. Sometimes fighting games have a weird posing system where the fingers are almost like perpendicular to the hands. And sometimes Daz will read that the wrong way and then make your thumb bend the wrong way. So you might need to repose that. But as far as T-pose is confirmed, you can use a T-pose or an A-pose. Both are perfectly fine. Both are readable by Daz. Now, why T-pose is verbal is because the clothing, there's enough clearance for the clothing. So you don't get like sleeves getting imported in, and then the sleeve will attach itself to like the boobs or something. So T-pose is optimal, but if it's A-pose, don't fret too much about it. Alright, so now that we have that, now we have this. I feel like we need to fill this up just to make it solid, because in VAM, it's almost there. It's almost there. It's just that the backside is like empty. So we need to refill it up. Do I have to? Like, something's telling me that I don't really have to do this for some reason. I'm gonna go back into VAM. I'm gonna turn off smoothing. I'm gonna turn off smoothing and then see if it like enlarges itself and fixes the problem. It might. Yeah, no worries, man. I hope your project goes well. I'm gonna save this and then I'm gonna test out if I turn off smoothing, if it fits itself in. So if you don't know how to turn off smoothing, press that button there. A window will pop out, and then you want to open the VHA file. And then in the VHA file, you want to... Give me a note. Give me a moment, I'm going to open this up for you guys. You want to go to here. And then there'll be one that calls smooth iterations 1, you're going to set to 0. This does not always work, and sometimes this will make the clothing look worse. But it's worth trying. Sometimes it makes it look better. Like in this case, it makes it look worse, like it does something. So go back into VHA, set it to 1. Basically set back to default. We'll reload this. Maybe. Maybe I should try it without smoothing and then picking the box. there's a lot of experimentation with this, so it's worth doing all of that. Ugh. Okay, I put something wrong. Right. I almost bet that this is a vertex issue as well. I probably should decimate the mesh a little bit, despite not wanting to. And that's why I didn't fill out the mesh. So I haven't really explained this process. So decimating basically means reducing the amount of verts on the mesh. And usually that's at the cost of the details. So sometimes on like an anime mesh or high vert mesh, it's not really a big thing. Right? It's not a big deal, but sometimes it is. And the main thing to really look out for is to make sure it doesn't really affect the UV lines. So in this case, going to modifier, decimate, around half would do. I feel like in this case, so you want as much as possible without it shifting too much. So it's around 0. So actual half would do. I can get to them to half without it. Yeah. And normally this should be symmetrical. So apply. Here's the underlying concept is that each one of these dots are trying to connect to a dot on the face of your mesh. So you have too many dots here. What will happen would be that all the dots will try to converge onto one body dot, if that makes sense. And then the mesh will just crunch up. Yeah, so I'm going to switch back to virtamate now. Like I said, I really need a second monitor. I need a second monitor so much. Probably deal with that maybe in a few months. I just got myself like a new SSD, so it's going to be a financial work in progress. So this looks a lot better already. Looks better already, right? This, because it's smooth, I lost some detail up here, so I'm going to save it again and take out the smoothing and see if it maybe returns some detail for me. Like I said, there's a lot of trial and error. And every project is different. Okay, so in this case, it doesn't look too bad. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here. I may have to mirror this side. There may be some, like, this should be symmetrical, but sometimes there's defects. So maybe this side is not as perfect as that side. So I'll take that out, mirror this side, put that back in. But before I do any of that, I'm going to play around with the sliders. I'm going to glean as much information as possible. Alright, so there's something going on there. So in this case, I'm going to open this up and I'm going to use Stoppers plugin again. I'm going to use all the tools at my disposal to try and get this in as well as I can. Do my best to get this fixed in properly. I noticed there's another roller back here. What happens if I take that, bro? Okay, that's terrible. Yeah, don't do that. Okay. Now the Stoppers plugin is not perfect. There's a lot of weird things going on with it. And it's not really meant for this level of detail. Occasionally you can find some luck with it. Occasionally you won't. Turn blank back on, see what happens. A lot to do with the back end here. This side. Comparing it with the original model, it kind of lost the arch. Oops. I want to redo this again. That's why MMD models are a little bit more complicated than the Koikatsu models. I don't think Stopper is really helping out with this one, so I'm just going to use the normal. I'm going to use the normal one, normal wrapping process for this. Yeah, I'm just going to have to settle with this. And I'm going to tone this down. Usually want around 2 and as close as possible. And it should be a pretty decent fit. It's worth spending a little time on these facial details because that's going to be the part where people's attention will immediately go to. So I'm going to grab the texture file. And that's going to look something like this. Which is, you know, is well and good. Well and good. Yeah, it's about there. I feel like one side is not really... Oh, there it is. Let me take a look at something. I feel like one side is more detailed than the other. Like one side has... One side just came out a bit better. Right. Kind of prefer this side now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into Blender. I'm going to separate out the part on my left and I'll mirror the right eyeline and I'll resave it. So now that's safe. And I'll just re-import it. So yeah, both sides should be symmetrical now. It's mainly really this little tiny detail that's sticking out that I really want. Like even if the detail that dulled due to the process, I still want it there. Okay. So now that's done. I'm not going to take a screenshot first because it's going to look really bad at this state. I'm turning on the eyelines. I can probably turn the eyeballs back on. And oh, I need to refresh it. So if this happens, just come down here and refresh it. Yeah. And the eyebrows and eyelids. So I'll do the eyelids first. Should be very straightforward. Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to resave it. I forgot about the material again. I did not update it for this. So this only takes about a minute. Save in Blender as a new OBJ and then override it in this. Okay, so I'll redo it. And you'll see like a thin thing here, and that's where I live. I'm going to shift this a little bit closer. And then show the texture inside the folder. If you don't know where the folder is, it's fine. Just press this button here. You press this, a folder will pop out, and then just throw the textures in. Yeah, so you see that this part of the process is a lot simpler than the eyelines. The eyelines are really a pain in the balls. That's why MMD ones go. And don't expect it to be perfect. You're gonna have to usually settle for a little bit less. That's just the nature of the program. Alright. So I'm gonna turn up the smoothing for the eyebrows. I'm gonna see what it looks like. There's not a lot of verts in the eyebrows, so I don't think it would distort too much. Yeah, it looks like. And I wonder if I can do the same for the eyelid as well. Or turn it back on. Oh, what? Okay, I pressed the wrong button. So I turned off the smoothing for the eyelids, not the eyebrows. So what you're seeing right now, it's not quite accurate. Okay, so funky. Yeah, that is a bit funky. But now, how about the eyelid? The eyelids look relatively fine. Just the eyebrows that are weird. Okay, I'm gonna check Blender and see what's up with that. So the eyebrows are not that far off. I can just probably smooth it and then alter it a little bit with the sliders. It's just a straight line. It's a straight line. So I can just do come down here and just make adjustments like that. And it's basically the same. No need to really put yourself mentally. Okay, so now that's done, I can go and I guess I can go and then do the hair, fix the hair, and then I can adjust the eyes because it's nice to have the hair, and then use the hair to kind of just get the facial details right. Don't know if that makes sense. You don't have to do it this way, but yeah. So what I did just now is that because it's a pre-made scene for myself, I know where everything is. So that's why it's important to have a default scene for if you're a creator. Just have all the lighting set up, all your gliders and hair set up beforehand. So you just go in and basically throw everything together. And usually this takes about an hour, but it's an hour that will save you a lot of hours. Right. So I'm going to look at it from the side, and then we'll look at it from the front. And it's basically just comparing where things are. So this needs to be near the tip of her nose. Bring it down a little bit as well, but not that much. And back a bit around. Around here. And that's for the height. Just a little bit off. That's too much. Yeah, it looks about right. A little bit higher, maybe. Because I can see where this line here, so that's the ear. That's where it starts. And this strand of hair is about one face on top of that. So really about here, I think. And that's about nearly to the tip of her ear, so it's about forward. About here. Back one. Back one again. Yeah. So this is basically her hair position. So just checking the front profile now. Making sure that everything is in place. Looks like this is a bit too. It depends on the perspective, really. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I'm happy with this. So taking the side here, I'm gonna draw in the rest of her details. So there's the halo, there's the hat, there's the little wings on top. If you're using the plugins to hold everything together, make sure this is on hold. And by plugin, I mean this one. It's made by Blazenut. It's called Parent Hold, and that just makes sure that the CUAs don't wiggle around. So that's there. I'll call this Koharu hat. Take a sip of water. Yeah, so that's the hat. And I'll just give that the same value as the hair. The hair is at negative 602 and negative 26. Good to remember that. Negative 0.026. So that's that. Next would be her wings or whatever. So again, go to hold hidden. Hidden is quite important, I feel like. It's not needed, but it's just really good for a gameplay sense, because if it's not hidden, then a lot of people will accidentally grab the CUAs on here accidentally. And if it's hidden, it becomes unselectable in play. So you don't want to be like, you know, petting her head and then suddenly take her head off. Not head, but hat or hair. You won't be taking her head off. I don't think this is that kind of game. I'm sure some people try. Man, someone in Discord chat is like, I hope someone makes the Koharu model. Well, I wonder. Just double checking. Okay. And then the last one would be the halo. And after this, I'll work on the facial details a little bit. Yep. Koharu halo. There we go. Alright, so there it is. And this should be emitting a light glow as well. Remember to save this. You never know where it might crash. Speaking of which, I need to save the main look as well. Going to here, it's good practice is just save this. Koharu. Save this. And I can work on the facial details a little bit. So let me Google up her face. What does she look like? She's got large eyes. So the details that you really want is really the iris to eye white ratio, where the pupil sits. She's got really small pupils, they're like dots. Like a scared cat. Holy crap. Kind of gives me Kobani vibes. And so the iris usually around, I feel like it's gonna be around there. And then it's like that, roughly. Default to 1 for now, but I might need to make this smaller. I prefer to use sliders so people can make adjustments. I mentioned this last stream as well. So some creators will prefer to have the eyes kind of sculpted to the face. I like to just keep the default eyes and then use the morph sliders to make the adjustments. So sometimes, if like, depending on how it looks like, I can, like, depending on the scene, I can make edits, and people can make edits. So people won't really be forced to my taste, if that makes sense. So if people want larger irises, people want smaller irises, they want the irises to sit higher, they want it to sit wider, everyone can just make their own micro adjustments. That's just my philosophy of doing things. And I probably need to decrease the size of the iris a little bit. Making a lot of daisies. And I probably need to push it on your end a little bit. It's not something that I really like to do. Everything has a little bit of a price to pay, so to speak. So in this case, I can play around with this setting to tuck her iris in more. So you notice that it's not sticking out, it's sticking in a bit. But I want to keep this as a minimum. And I wonder if I can just enlarge the eyeballs a little. Oh, eyeball depth. Which depth would I need? Okay. Quite a bit. So I wonder if I could increase the height to maximize. And then I pull the eyeball forward. I would make the eyeball a little bit smaller. Yeah, it seems about right. And then I can pull it forward. Maybe not that much. There. Just double checking that the author of the mod is the correct one. I don't want to get like weird dependencies. Yeah. So this looks overall pretty good. What happens if I rotate too much? Like, I've never really used this properly before. Oh god. Okay. So I probably don't want to use this too much. In fact, I might just keep this at about 1.5. I don't want to give her like the weird like yeah, you know the thing. Like this. Eyes, I can re-enlarge it. Trying to make sure that she's not like cross-eyed or anything from the rotation morph. But I think overall she should be okay. I might tone that down a little bit. I haven't really used that morph before. Just something that just came across my mind. Alright, so I'm gonna use the cornea morph now. And just cut the eyeballs in a little bit without it revealing too much of the inner edge. So once again, it's like a balancing act. So this looks about right. And not too much of that edge is showing. And the movement looks good, so that's overall alright. Polish her up a bit. Just making sure that the location of the eyes look good. So it needs to be a little bit higher up. Looks like. I think her pupil size looks good. I might need to enlarge the eyes, maybe. By the way, I'm going to lift it a little bit. Lift it a bit. Make it a bit bigger. And it's a little bit skinnier, isn't it? I think her eyes are a bit skinnier. I feel like they're not really that far apart. They're kind of pinched in together. Like, if I look at her eyes again, she kind of has this, like, weird cross-eyed look. Which means that I probably don't need that rotation morph. You'll get used to this eventually. I said a little bit higher up. So yeah, I think one looks good. And then what if I try to boost this a little bit more? Would it break anything? It feel like it does. So 4. What we get with 4. To push her eyes out a little bit more. And her eyes are definitely a bit skinnier. I feel like her eyes are a bit skinnier. So in this case, I could probably just maybe do that and then increase that. And then decrease this because it's causing issues. And then going to cornea again. Tucking the eyeballs in. That's alright, that's still acceptable. 7. Oh. What did I just press? 1. 7. Yeah, that should be alright. Be okay. Looks kind of good. Just giving me that same vibe now. I don't know what her vibe is. Like the whole Kobani vibe, where it's like, oh no. Oh no, something bad's gonna happen. I don't know. -2 points. Yeah, I think that's about it. Pretty much locked down a lot. I'll do the rest of her clothing. I feel like it will come together. I'm trying to see if there's more eye whites in the corner. A little bit. A little bit. Let's do this. Perhaps. Yeah. This could be alright. Seven. Alright. That's about right. That's cool. I'm gonna see if I can. I keep saying that I'm settling for the look, but then I keep making changes to it. details. More details. I keep it like this for now. I need to work on the clothing. So for the clothing, the first one that I want to do is let me check Blender. Probably the socks. They look like the easiest. These socks. And the shoes. And that's really a point where I start my boarding for the clothing, but does she have a scarf? Oh, the ribbon. Yeah, I rarely do the socks and the shoes first, but in this case it seems like the more simple part of the port. The top, I will need to use Stoppers plugin because the sleeve overhangs, and then I have to add physics to the sleeves. You know what, I'll just do the top now. Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna do the top now. So that is the top. There's something going on here. Oh, it doesn't overhang off the hands too badly. I want to see if I can just use physics to touch that up now. But this bit here, I'm not too sure what's happening. Let me look at the actual mesh. Whatever it is. Why is it doing that? Oh, excuse me. Guessing there's like an inner layer that's popping out. Just my guess. Maybe it's double layered. No, it's one layer. So why is it doing that? And the other question is, how do the buttons look like? They look horrible. I'll probably take out the buttons. How important are the buttons though to this look? Right. Okay. Okay, so I'll probably have to... I'll probably bring this in as like a texture. So I'll take them out for now. I'll take them out for now, and then I'll overlay it with wrap. And then put these buttons as actual textures. So I'll take these away for now. I'm doing this in Blender, by the way. Not too big of a deal. Just describing what I'm doing. I'm gonna need to show it. I'm just saying I'm too lazy to freaking play with OBS right now. Export. We save it in S3D. So you'll notice that the buttons are missing in the next export. Yeah. So in this case, the buttons are not there. It looks cleaner. The back looks alright. And then we've got some stuff going on with the sleeves. So for the sleeves, I will have to snap back to Blender. I'll show you guys how to do physics. So physics basically works by a UV map system. So you'll notice that when I highlight this, there will be these parts selected. And so if you bring this into a graphical program, the reddest parts would be static, and the parts closest to black be slack. And what I mean by this is that if you want this to be perfectly slack, like basically flopping around, you will want to paint it black. If you want it to not move, you want to paint the associated bits red. And then you have all the in-betweens. So those will probably cause issues with physics, so I'll take those out now. And to get what I want, I usually just turn this on. And it's best to read off the UV map here. See how much it overhangs. Around, oh, that much. Around this much would do. And I'm going to save it. Export UV layout, just name it anything. I'm just going to call it pop UV. And I'm going to snap around to the GIMP program. And I'm going to open what I just saved. Give me a moment. Let me try and find my folder again. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. I've got too many folders open. I'm bringing it into GIMP now, and it's all really quite simple. You have this. This is the simplest way to do it, by the way. So you see here, there's perfect red. Cover everything with it. That's not here. You want to control I, and you want to expand the UV map a little bit. Because you want it to get everything, and sometimes the line is not perfect. Sometimes it's like a pixel out of place and all that. And for this, I'm going to do, it's kind of fluffy and flappy, so I'm going to do like 50. 50 on the red slider. That's not correct. Why is it not correct? Should be correct. Yeah, so 50. There we go. And I'm going to save it as top sim. And that's your physics. It might not work perfectly, it might. It's all testing. So I'm going to chuck it into the loading folder that I just showed you guys how to open. Select sim. Yeah. And you see that this is all really slack now. Go into the physics setting. Right, so you'd notice that it's okay, so I didn't update this. I didn't update the mesh. But from what I've seen, it looks kind of promising. It may be about too slack. But let's see. If it's too slack, then I just have to adjust the color of it. Alright. Let me switch it back to that. This is a new mesh. Take this, press this, get this, do that, and do you see that? That's nice and flappy sleeves. Very cute, very flappy. 10 out of 10 would hold hands. Alright, let me just, I'm nudging it with my head right. Okay, so that's a ruined that. I jinxed myself. Collision power, just turn that up. And I might give it a little extra bit of collision radius as well. Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, it's freaking sim. It's freaking sim. Like, that's probably the best I can expect. If you're doing MMD or something, you can just turn that off. Maybe just turn this off, just keep it like this. But if you're playing around, keep it nice and flappy. If you're posing and stuff. Okay, so while I'm talking, I should have just put in the textures. Let me try and find the textures for this. No idea which texture set. I'm sure it's this one. Yeah, I think it does. And I'm gonna have to make a UV map for this. So I'm gonna jump back onto GIMP on OBS. And there is a plugin if you want to make normal maps. Where you basically just go up here. Just go online and search up GIMP normal map plugin. And the file should be there, just install it and you can use it just like this. It will be up and running in 5 minutes. So going back to them. This is the diffuse texture. This is the specular. If there's no specular, then just use the diffuse. No real difference. And then the bump map. If the bump map does anything. Yeah, it does do quite a bit. It just makes that stick out a little bit more. Yeah. That's how usually I do it. And save. Okay, so the teeth is bothering me a little bit, so I might as well do that now. I'm going to unfreeze. I'm going to open up the mouth a little bit. So nowadays I like to do like an anime teeth clothing thing. Her mouth isn't really open at all, does it? So you just go into here, turn your teeth off, and then load in. I already have a set of teeth. So if people want to, you just borrow that. The top teeth, and I run off the one that uses Chile spec. So just for me, I have to try and hunt it down here somewhere. Definitely here somewhere. Here's this. Grab that, and then bottom tooth. And it looks really hideous right now, but you can adjust it to look a lot better. Which will be what I'll be doing soon once I find everything I need. Like that. There we go. And so it looks really awkward right now. Yep, don't blame you. Going to here. So for the bottom part, decrease the size. Do the same for the top as well. Not too sure what's happening with the colliders here. Okay, so it's fine. Right. And then need to do that. Push it all the way down. And it should be good. And for the colors, probably want to turn these off. Turn these off. You want to give it like a nice anime, flashy anime color, so it's usually like somewhere here. Somewhere like here, right? And then for the mouth, it's about turn the specular down. Be a little bit darker, so here. So, that's the anime mouth. Shut the mouth now. Yeah, so when she talks, she'll be like blah 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 blah. Oni-chan, blah blah blah. Okay, good. Remember to save periodically. Excuse me. I'm gonna check Discord again. What's going on with these guys? They're having a discussion. I don't even want to jump in. Let them talk it out. Okay, so I need to stretch first. So next part would be the skirt, since I'm on the subject of doing. What the hell is this? I think that was from what last night? Yeah, not sure why I clicked that. So I needed the buttons. I think I might just bring in the buttons as like stopper meshes. I can't be bothered doing the texture thing tonight. Way too sleepy. So the skirt. Not too complicated. I'm gonna flip back onto Blender. You notice that it was combined with the top, so there are some extra bits that you need to get rid of, but shouldn't be a big deal. Really, just get rid of these. Get rid of more of these. Yep. So that's the skirt. It combines with, I don't know. It should have combined with the top, but we're keeping it separate so people can play around with it. Doesn't have a lot of depth, so we're just gonna go up here, and we're gonna do the physics from there onwards. So I got a skirt. Let's see about a skirt UV. And so I will show you guys how to do gradients now. You know what? I'll do that. You guys how to do gradients. And gradients require a certain set of circumstances where the UV needs to be like in one piece like this and it's not jumbled and all that. You guys will know what I mean when I do this. So I want to do gradient. You just hold down here, press gradient, and just drag up. So if it's all in separate pieces, you understand why I cannot necessarily do this to all the pieces. But in this case, because it's one big solid piece or it's like in a certain order, I can do this. And usually that's how skirts for UVs look like, which is good because gradient physics feels a bit better than like normal chunky, how should I say, like normal chunky fold and default physics. There's a bit more, I don't know, texture to the movement, if that's what I could call it. There's a bit more layer to the movement. So now I'm just gonna grab, I need to go to dance first. I need to save this skirt and bring it on. Excuse me. Press this to, crap, I forgot to turn off. No. Yeah, so I just brought this in, and then you pick this and you press this to prepare. Right. put the physics into its clothing folder. Press enable. And you should get something kind of nice like this. So I'm just going to use my camera to nudge it, and you can see. Nice fluffy skirts. Is her skirt pink? Holy shit, it is. Okay. No, she just doesn't look like a pink skirt version. It doesn't seem... You know her hair is pink, I'm an idiot. Yeah, so there's some clipping, doesn't really matter. I'll turn this on. Once she's like unfrozen, it should sort itself out. I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, I'm like, oh, why is she so pink? Why is her skirt pink and her hair is pink? I'm like, duh. Gonna save it. And then it's her sock. Now I'm thinking whether I should bring in her bag. I'm not sure how central that is to her character. Nice socks. I don't think I need to really apply any physics to it. It's just socks. It's gonna look weird when the socks start moving around too much. I just keep it like this for now. Yawning. Chances are I will probably finish this tonight and then release her early in the afternoon for me. Which is going to be... if you're in... So my afternoon is like American morning. Yeah. Save. And next will be her shoes. Vam is freezing up a little bit. When it's doing that, don't touch anything. Don't touch the controls. Sometimes the camera flips and you can't unflip it. Oh, fuck. Or that moving by itself. Jeez. So it's very important that you save in every single step. You never know when Vam might do something weird. Like just now, it didn't just teleport up. It started moving, like you can see it sliding up. And I was not touching my keyboard at all. Like, I don't use a wireless keyboard either, so it's not my keyboard giving it like phantom commands. It was just moving by itself. Yeah, and the shoes. Ooh, and these shoes... Fuck, no, I don't. I was about to say these shoes like came in really well, and then... Yeah, that... Why did it do that? Why? Could have been so good. Could have been perfect. Is something going on with the mesh over there? Because normally it doesn't really... Normally the shoe shouldn't... Oh. Okay. The nail here. Fine. Save her as version 2. No, this requires a VM restart, so I won't do this right away. I can just leave the shoe up now, for now. Or. Or I can do something really smart. Maybe. Possibly smart. I will just go in here. I will invert mode. Like, I think it was here. Pretty sure it was somewhere here. Okay. Maybe the shoe is just difficult. It's nothing to do with mesh. In that case, I'll use... Yeah, I'll do this a different way then. Yeah, I feel like maybe that's for the best. Yeah, shit looks good. Still looks alright. Alright. And then I fill in the rest. Be okay like this. Just fill in everything. Up to like a certain point around the toes where the main issues are. Here's the toes are the main issues. So just avoid that area. Let the stopper plugin do its thing over there. Don't know why she just moved. And it should be alright. I can probably do a little bit of fine tuning, but that's about right. If I want to do some fine tuning, I'll just poke around here like this. That's starting to do things to the mesh. Yeah. A little bit closer. Yeah, so that looks pretty much alright. Put the socks back on and I can throw textures on the shoes now. So that mesh was not really needed. The new version of the mesh. I just solved the issue without having to reload the game. Those are our shoes. Save it. Yeah. So we roughly have most of her clothing done here already. There are the wings. Let me check. The buttons on her shirt. Oh, and the ribbon. Right, I'll do the ribbon now. Give me a moment. I'm going to save it on Blender. And I'll shift over to GIMP again because I need to add some physics to that scarf slash ribbon. Okay, make sure it's everything in one piece. We don't want physics to apply and then have it really fall apart in front of me. Ribbon, 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 open. Yep. Because this is not in one piece, it's kind of weird. These are in several pieces. I'm just gonna do it the normal way. Save it. And then bring it into them. Before I do that, I need to save it in theirs first. I keep forgetting to do that. Now I predict that the ribbon is going to come in a little bit weird. That's the wrong one. Yeah, it could be a little bit better, I feel like. So I'm going to take the top off first. Whoever it is, there. And I'm going to use stopper to basically nail it down to one place. Put it around here. That's a bit too... Oh. Okay, that looks good. When she's moving, it doesn't. Maybe in here as well. I'll just take that off for now. So it should be fine right now. If it does sink into the body a little bit, then it should be fine. I mean, there's the top there. Yeah, that should be fine. So if you're using Stopper's plugin, the sim doesn't work immediately. It like bugs out. So what you need to do is to add the textures first. Oh, I forgot to. Copy everything onto this folder. Oh, okay, cool. I was displaying the wrong window the entire time. I am so sorry. Nothing much was skipped. I was just using the Stoppers plugin to nail this thing down. So you guys didn't miss much. So the thing with Stoppers plugin is that it doesn't really allow me to set the sim right now, so I need to save it. Clear the thing. I'll show you how to do it. Clear it and then apply it. Basically, it's a reload. So I'm just going to take a screenshot now and you press the clear button. And go back. Press this. Sorry, wrong button. Would you go back? Press this. Open the creator. I'll make small adjustments now. Like that. And now you can set the sim. And it looks kind of weird. I don't know what's happening. Maybe the sim is too strong? I don't know. Sometimes it's a little bit weird. I think it's got to do with this. Yeah, I think the sim's too strong. 50 might be a bit too much. I need to set it down to maybe 150. And by down, I mean up. And when I mean up, I mean down. It's very easy. Just go back into here. Just override it. Yeah. Just adjust the select a little bit so it bounces a bit. Seems like around 0.2. It's good. Make it a little bit stiff. Add collision. It should be fine. I'm gonna nudge it with the camera a little bit. Should be okay. Like worst case scenario, just turn off the sim. Refresh it. And sometimes it comes out a little bit wonky. It's fine. Just slide this back here. Occasionally that forgets to apply. But you don't need to resave it. It's just that one time it will forget to apply. The settings are saved, so next time you reload it, the settings will apply. Okay, so buttons, bag, wings. I feel like the wings would be more important. Sorry, my computer's slowing down suddenly for some reason. Why is it slowing down that much? Okay, yeah, fixed it. Stoppers plugin, if you leave it up with selected points for too long, it would slow down things. So just clear the points or reload it. Cool. As I was saying, the wings. Very simple, just bring this in. The normal way. And then we'll use stoppers plugin again to nail that into place. So right now it looks kind of bad. You know where they are. It's going to be around here. So all you have to do is really... I'm going to take off the top first. Reload stoppers plugin. Just put it somewhere out here. Yeah. And the reason why I don't put it there is that if you put it here, it will flex too much. You put it at a point where it will not bend or flex too much, so it will stay in place a little bit better. So right now it's fine. It looks fine. fine. Just testing. Yeah. That's part of the spine that doesn't really move that much, so I prefer if it's there. And it seems to be in the right place as well. It seems a bit small, but I'm going to turn off the smoothing iterations on it, and it should grow back to its proper shape. But for now, I'll just apply the textures. And should be good. Now I'm turning off the smoothing iterations, so when I reload this, it should look a bit better. Yeah, so you see the details are a bit more sharp. Now I can also adjust the position a little bit. Okay, I forgot to do one thing. I forgot to set the texture colors. I mean the settings. Let me go back here. Just do the default ones. Resave it. Re-edit the smoothing iteration back down to 0 in the VHA file. Okay. And see if I can play around. So right now it looks more, yeah, maybe down one. Yeah, it looks like it's connected to her back now. Okay, so now we're really down to the luxury parts. So the buttons and the bag. The bag, I think I won't do that because I don't think it's too important to the look, and more importantly, there's like a damn snail attached to it. I'll switch to Blender. Yeah, it's all really down to the snail here, which is its own mesh, right? It's like its own thing, not really attached. I mean, if I do this, it's not really attached to the bag. So that's going to be like a really weird thing to port, and all of that for like an accessory that people will just probably throw off. It's not really worth the time. I mean, if I get feedback that people like for some reason really want the bag, like for some reason, maybe it makes her a complete character, then maybe. Oh, and there's some buttons I need to do. So for these buttons, I'll probably do them like 2 at a time. So that's gonna be one set of buttons. So like that. And I have to save them all. So after these buttons, I will have to do the colliders for the hero. Afterwards, we're basically done. I probably have to fix up the textures a little bit. I have to check them after stream. I can't stream the textures because that's probably over the edge. Just looking at the eyes right now, maybe it's a bit too high up. I don't know. Perhaps, maybe. And do the textures really need? Is it all distorted? It doesn't look too distorted. Let's see how things go. But the eyes seems to be... Maybe it should be a bit larger. What's happening to my display? Something happened. Okay, that's not good. That's not good. I'm saving it. Might restart the program. I think something's going wrong. And I'm pretty sure it's going to do this, the stopper plugin. We'll start doing things to AI. I mean, not AI, the UI. When you've used it too many times. Let's see if I can get the buttons done first. Get my use out of the stopper before it completely fries itself. Alright. So that's the first set. I'm gonna take the top off. I hope I don't have to take these off, otherwise I have to do this off. Oh crap. This seems alright. Maybe move this around a little bit. The other one was around here, right? That should be fine. I'll keep this around for now. Throw the textures there. To the folder. And I'll take a screenshot later. Alright. And then I'll do the next set. Oh! Oh no! 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 I forgot to set. Look at the rear two ones. That's a little bit annoying. Okay, I need to redo it. I'm almost sure that I'm gonna take. Wait, was Ram not showing up the entire time? That okay, it suits me for now because I'm gonna take off her panties for a little bit. I need to check that the points are at the proper spots. And it's not letting me do that because the UI is fried. Fuck. Yeah. Okay, I can see the dots. Okay. I'll switch it back. Sorry about that. I do have the laptop like right next to me with the stream running. But sometimes when I'm concentrating, I don't really look at it. And I feel like VAM is now bugging up a little bit. It's probably a UI bug or glitch. I'm gonna save her. I'm gonna pop back in the blender. And I'm gonna save her. And I'm gonna restart VAM. While I'm doing that, I'm just gonna read some stuff on the Discord. Seems like there's something going on. Someone wants to split a commission. I think there's a miscommunication. Yeah, let them sort it out. I'm way too sleepy for this. I feel solid I haven't even started eating coffee. Yeah. Yeah, I restarted RAM. Need to load the scene. Just gonna have my shadowed while I wait for this to load. Meanwhile, I'm gonna check out my other YouTube account. This video does run pretty long. Cool. Alright, cool. I'm back in the van. I'm gonna switch the displays now. Alright. So, hopefully everything's saved properly. If not, then I'll be kind of mad because I've done the same thing 3 times already. Oh, good, it's 2. You turn the smoothing iterations off and then reload it. Cool. So I was about to do something with the eyes. I feel like the eyes are way too small. Like, not way too small, but just marginally too small. Difference is enough for me to notice. So I'm probably gonna, yeah, that'll be better. The things that you don't really have to focus too much on. Like, you focus a little bit on it, do the best you can, look away for a bit, and then you notice something else. I'm feeling that middle button's always a little bit fucked. I'm gonna check in Blender. Yeah, it's kind of like that. I'm not too caught up about. Fine. Cool. Next set of buttons. Button 2. And these ones should be copy the settings. I'll put my solid aside now. Save it. And it should be good. It should be in the right place. Yeah. I might make it pop out a little bit more. Yeah, that looks great. And then the least important ones. I'm gonna do the least important one now, which is the ones that are covered by the scarf. Since I'm doing this anyway, so I might as well do it. Yeah, and I feel like after this, she's basically done. I'll have to sort out her hair colliders. Afterwards, I will have to double check on the texture, so I have to do that off stream. and she should be released when I'll release her when I wake up. Because it's not really good to rush certain things. So there are things you just sleep on it. Don't stress too hard about it. Don't stress too hard about releases either. I'm not on the hub anymore, so I don't feel really that pressure to release things in a certain time. I do have like a weekly commitment to the amount of models I bring in. But aside from that, it's not really a big stress. Not really a big stress factor. Okay, that's good. Maybe having this like salad that's been sitting out the entire day may have been a bad idea. Because I feel all this squeezing in my gut right now. Alright. 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 That looks alright. If I don't take off her top, I can probably turn on her torso clothing as well. I mean, torso textures as well. Oh, there's one last bit I need to put. Her underwear. Which may I have accidentally deleted. Bleh, that's fine. I'm in Blender right now. Let me do this really quickly. Wait, hold on. She doesn't have underwear? Alright, cool. The model has not. The model doesn't have underwear. It just makes things awkward. I have to make it pair for her then. Yeah, I'm gonna bring in her textures in that case. I won't undress her, but I just need to check that there are not too many seams. And I can look at most of them without having to take off the clothing. I need to test for any seam issues. I need to check if there's any distortions where I need to add in noise. As you can see, the Blender, I mean, the not Desert, what's I about to say? Substance 3D did a decent job. And so there are still some areas like the ears. I completely forgot to rip the areas around the ears. I'll do that now. Should I do that now? I should probably do that now. So I'm gonna switch over to GIMP. And to grab the details on the ears is just really simple. It's basically what I did for the overlay for the face, but you just target the ears instead. So in this case, where's GIMP? Here it is. I'm trying to find that thing on my taskbar. I believe it's this one. Basically just go through the undo until here. And even here. And you know that it's basically this I want. So all I need to do is pretty much go to colors, colors to alpha, make this alpha. Right, and that's it. And I'm gonna call this ear overlay. And then I'm gonna hop onto wrap. I'm gonna open up the file called ears. I'm gonna find the ear overlay. And just do this as normal. Just making sure that, oops, yeah, I'm streaming it. Use this side because you don't want to extrapolate, so make sure you're here. And you should have something like this, which I'll bring up on right now. And this is all very simple. All you have to do is well, first thing to make sure this is clean. So yeah, that's good. There's no weird bits hanging around. And all I have to do is to open up the torso texture and GIMP, which is this, and just drag the new overlay on top, like so. Give it a little while to load. You should see this fitting around the ears, and just saving it. And I'm gonna continue eating my salad while this loads. So now you see, she will have this on her ears, which is very nice. Okay. So, let me check a few things. Yeah, she's pretty much there. I don't expect too many seams because it's baked on one, like it's all baked at the same time. Yeah, looks pretty good. So I'm just gonna do the head colliders now. So if you're doing a scene, like your own default scene, make sure you have your collider set up so you don't have to do this every single time. So I can just pull the collider up now. Just turn it on. pretty much in position. Just do that. I can tell right now that pretty much around the same size. I might make it a little bit larger. Like that. Yeah, and that's pretty good. I'm gonna turn off the chest collider because he doesn't have long hair. Going back to the head collider, I'm going to... I mean, not turn it off. I'm gonna switch to the invisible version. Koharu, override. Pretty much done. Anything else I need to do? I mean, I probably want to set the background now to something less silly looking. So I didn't do that. Don't know why this blur is needed. Sorry about this, I just want to make sure that this is presented properly. Maybe something like this. I don't really like the rings though. That's way too harsh. Yeah, something like this. Maybe. Well, I might just turn that off. I really don't like it. I'm just gonna turn this whole thing. I'm just gonna turn the whole thing off. I don't like how it looks. I don't like how there's like a ring around there. It's like a really bad lighting out effect. So just do that. This is good enough. Her costume is not black, so it still reflects light, which is fine. And before I forget, I need to reset this. Ooh, okay, that might be too bad. That should be fine. That should be good. Okay, so her hair collider is done. All her teeth is done. Her textures are done. I need to check off frame. The costume is done. So it's pretty much good to go overall. So I will probably post her up tomorrow. I need some sleep. It's 3 a.m. And then tomorrow's stream I'll work on Red Hood. Hopefully I will release her on the same night or the day after, kind of like today. Excuse me. And that's about it. Yeah, my phone's just about to run out of power as well, so it's probably a good time to dip. Thank you everyone for joining in. I know a few people have been watching, so even if you're not chatting, thank you for joining in this entire time. I hope this helps some of you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Ciao.